Mayor Genrich, can you hear us?
I can, yes. All right. Is everybody ready to go?
We're waiting for one more person. I got your mic on. Yeah, I'll put, okay, thank you. Just gonna turn it on. Thank you. Mayor, we're waiting for one more alder to sign in.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And now we have 12 present in the room. You can go ahead.
Very good. Thanks, Clerk. I now call to order the meeting of our Common Council for Tuesday, October 17, 2023. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 12 present in the room and 12 voting in civic clerk.
Very good. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for an invocation offered by Alder Bill Morgan. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alder Morgan.
Tonight I have asked a gentleman to come and do this for me. Him and I have been friends, helping celebrate and get people to smile around the Christmas season every year, as he's a owner of Great Scott Images. He's been a lifelong resident of Green Bay. I'm proud to say he's a Navy veteran, and he's the pastor at the Unchurch. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott Eastman.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate the invitation to come. If you'll pray with me. Father God, Lord, I thank you for this group of people, Lord, that have given up, like, not just this Tuesday night, but like how many Tuesday nights, Lord, that they've given up to, like, not be with their family and not be with their friends, but instead, because they love their city so much that they're here giving their time. And so I thank you for the blessing that they are to our city, Lord God. Father, in this meeting, Lord, I pray that you grant them your wisdom to get to the bottom of the problems, rather than focusing on the differences, Lord, that they focus on the good of the city, Lord. Lord, I pray, Lord, that you extend to them your grace, that they then take that and share their grace with other people, that they assume the best of the other older people and the people that are speaking, Lord, that they assume not the worst of each other, but the best of each other, Lord. And Father, I pray that you give them your humility, that they're not here to be right, but they're here to do right, Lord God, that they love their city, they love their people, Lord God, and that whether the constituents are the powerful or the poor, whether they're the rich or the homeless, whether they're Republican or Democrat or fancy neighborhoods or other neighborhoods, Lord God, that doesn't matter, that it's the good of the city that's on top of everyone's mind as they make their decisions today, Lord. Lord, bless them, bless their decisions, and bless their lives because of the sacrifice that they made. We ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Thank you, everyone.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Eastman. And now we are on to approval of the minutes. It was a motion by Alder Scannell, second by Alder Stevens. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes are adopted. Approval of the agenda.
Motion approved. Second.
A motion, was that made by Alder Eck?
Yes.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. Any changes here? Seeing none, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is approved. Report by the mayor. Well, first of all, I'm not with you, so I apologize for that. Out at a conference in DC of fellow mayors from around the country and the world, and so hoping to bring back some good ideas and hopefully some money. As far as items for you, really just wanted to touch on our budget schedule, both for you all and for residents of the community. I think you all should have received an invitation for a budget town hall that we're conducting again over at Titletown on October 26th in the evening. And then following that, we'll have a joint meeting of our personnel and finance committee November 2nd. And then November 9th, we'll have a budget meeting before our full common council. So I'll be sharing the budget book and my budget message very shortly with you all on common council and with the community. So certainly looking forward to a good discussion again on that. So with that being said, we'll move along to announcements, and just and noted the fact that Yeah, I'm obviously running the meeting remotely here. It could be a little clunky at times, so if you could just bear with me and press your buttons, I'll be monitoring that as closely as possible. So now we will move along to announcements from our council. And just give me a second. Any announcements from our council? Not seeing any here. So I will move along. No appointments before us tonight. Ordinance is second reading for adoption.
Number 1.
Second.
Was that a motion to suspend the rules?
Nope, I need to open the floor.
Oh, very good. Alder Scannell makes a motion to open the floor. That was seconded by
Galvin.
Alder Galvin. All right, all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Floor is open. And then for our residents, if you could just state your name and address, and we customarily allow for 3 minutes for testimony.
Mr. Kavanaugh? Yes, that's, if you just come forward to the podium, state your name and address.
Right from here or up there?
At the podium, right? Yes.
Can I close this or does that stay open? Okay. This is Neil Kavanaugh. I live at 1100 Linden Street on the corner of Linden and Mary. And this is in regards to the rezoning of Emmett Street, where they're proposing to put, from what I can gather, 5 homes down there. And personally, it's in the 100-year floodplain, but I was informed that they got the DNR to change it, take it out of the 100-year floodplain. I don't know how you got the city or who got the authorization to go with the DNR and change that from the 100-year floodplain. Because in the springtime, there's at least 2 feet of water down there where they're proposing to build 5 houses. Number 2, who is planning on paying to build these low-income homes? Have you guys got a finance establishment or something, some bank or somebody that's going to finance these homes, or are they us taxpayers going to be paying for these homes? I've been trying to find a road layout to find out where the houses are going to be built, the roads that are coming in, the roads that are going out. I can't seem to find that anywhere as to where, how that is established. Because in my house, about 4 years ago, I guess Gerzak's, who owned the liquor store on Belt, when they redid the liquor store, he moved down the road. He still owned the land next to me, and all this land used to be Gerzak's, where the proposed homes are going to go. He in turn, his brother gave it to his brother in turn deeded it to the city. Well, where my land ends, by the alley behind Linden, in between Linden and Gallagher, I got a letter about 5 years ago from the city deeding that part of the land over to me. And I still am in awe, as they just, where that alley was. So what I'm trying to figure out is where the proposed roads are coming in and going out, where these 5 homes are going to be built. In that area back there where it's proposed, there's the VA garden, where the veterans go to relax and work on a garden, and into a gazebo that is there that's been donated for helping them mentally, physically, morally, and spiritually. I've noticed, you look and there's always 3 or 4 veterans in there in the gazebo working in the gardens and everything. And I'm trying to find out if that proposed, where the land, the homes are gonna go, is that VA garden gonna be taken away? And another thing, the letters were never sent. They were sent to 4 people at the end of the street, and that was it. Nobody else on the block got a letter. I'm lucky one of the ladies from down the street brought the letter up to me, because my land butts up against. I don't know if that's where the proposal is, on where the homes are gonna be built. I mean, I've got really no objection to helping homeless or low-income people own their own home. But I just don't want to have my tax money paying for this. So if we can get a financial institution that's going to back this whole show, then it would be a different deal. That's part of the financing, where the financing is coming from. That's that. About 8, 9 years ago, the city was begging for storage units. I in turn contacted the planning commission because I wanted to build storage units on this property in the back. And they said no, because it was in the 100-year floodplain. And I said, does it really matter? Because nobody is living there. There will be nobody living there. It's going to be storage. And they said, no, it's in the 100-year floodplain. So that took care of that part of it. And in that area, it's a wetland. Because in the spring, there's got to be a foot and a half of water sitting back there. That back area is full of geese. It's full of cranes, ducks, frogs, and deer. You're going to be taking away that area that they reside in. So at the end of that, okay, anybody can tell me what's going on as far as who has a layout, how I could get a hold of a layout. All I have is a telephone for the internet.
All right. Thank you, sir. I think we got your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Kavanaugh?
No questions, huh?
All
How about
all right.
answers? How about answers?
All right. Thanks again, sir, for your testimony.
Okay, doke.
Alder Stoyer has a question.
Your Honor, Alder Stoyer would like to ask a question.
Alder Stoyer, go ahead.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. You're kind of saying that there was no communication or lack of reference with the planning, with the community development department?
Yep, they only
So
did
you didn't get any letters from them at all?
nothing. And the only ones that got a letter were the 4 houses on the end of the street, on the left and right-hand side, that was it.
Okay.
And she had dropped, one of them that got the letter dropped it off to my house. And that's why I'm here to find out what's going on, because I'm worried about, say, property values, whatever, whoever's gonna move in. Hopefully if it's low income, hopefully they're gonna be good people that, that wanna better their life by owning their own home. As long as the city's not gonna lease it to them or rent them the house, because you know what happens with rentals. I don't know how many of you guys got rentals, but people don't respect your rental. I've had rentals and I sold them all to get rid of them for that reason.
All right, that was my main question. I think when the floor is closed, we can ask some questions too, but that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
All
Okay,
right, thank you. Are there any other questions for our guest? All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, doke.
Second.
Who made the motion to close the floor?
Johnson?
Alder Johnson makes a motion to close the floor, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed. Before we go to questions from alders, maybe we kind of did this last time around, but if we could go to Director Renier Wig to just kind of summarize what's going on with these parcels in particular.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. These two parcels are actually zoned general industrial. They're at the north end of this project. Let me say that the DNR didn't change the floodplain, FEMA did, actually, and it took many, many years for them to reestablish floodplains. We totally understand that this is a wet area, even though the floodplain's been changed, and we're taking that into consideration when we look at development. We have no plans for this site at this point, so I don't know the 5-house plan that you're referring to. Our goal is to get all of this property zoned so we can go out for RFP and actually look for some plans to do some housing on this site. So there are no streets planned, no houses planned at this point, just so you're aware of that, which I don't know if that makes you feel better, but we haven't done that yet. So it's not, we don't know the makeup of the house. I mean, we've been approached by veterans groups actually that wanted to do housing here, so that's a possibility. So we wanted to make this property right before we actually went out for RFP on it. And then the VA garden, we know that the VA garden is there, and we're very cognizant of that fact, and we're gonna either leave the garden there or work with the VA to reestablish that garden. We know it's important. So at this point, there's no plans for the area. We just want to get the zoning corrected.
Great. All right, thanks, Director. And then in terms of notification parameters, I know the city is always good, city staff always very good about abiding by those. I don't know if you have those parameters offhand. If not, that's fine. But maybe Mr. Buck or Director Renier Wig on that.
So we notified neighbors 200 feet from those two parcels to the north. So we didn't notify the entire block all the way down. It's the adjacent neighbors to the two parcels we're looking to rezone on the north end.
Okay, thank you. And then we have Alder Johnson in the queue.
No, I think Director Renier Wig, I was going to kind of tee you up to answer those questions, but you've already answered them, so.
Okay, very good. Any other questions or comments?
Yes. Where's the
I
request to speak?
Yeah, just remember to press your buttons on the item itself. Alder Scannell.
Yes, I'd just like to say, we had our conversation and I answered some of his questions. He had some new ones today, but certainly we can call and talk again if you have other concerns. But as I told him, this is a possible use. What we're hoping to see happen here is housing, and that our housing stock is short, and it would be good to get, increase our housing stock, and I still support this item for that reason, that and on the north side, FEMA's changed the floodplain, not only in this area, but on the northeast side, and looking forward to what we can do to develop to help our city grow. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Eck.
Yes, I know we talked about this at the last city council meeting, but I thought we could address the flooding issue that, I believe we talked about that, the stormwater management would be implemented on any future development. So the concerns about the flooding would be part of the solution in developing it, right?
Absolutely. Director Renier Wig or Director Grenier.
Yes, when we looked at the site, we understood that if we were gonna do housing, that we'd have to build it differently. We couldn't do a full basement. We may have to do some lift stations in this area, so we've taken that into consideration.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments or questions on this item? All right, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to adopt on this ordinance. That was made by Alder Scannell. Was it seconded by Alder Galvin?
Yes.
Yes. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we will use the board.
You may vote.
All listening?
Yes.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
I can't, it's not coming.
Thank you.
I vote yes. Why is this a phone?
Okay. And you may display.
And clerk, if you can just display and announce the vote.
Yes, so the vote was 12-0, all in favor.
Very good, thank you. On to ordinances, second reading, item 2.
Alder Galvin
Go
would like
ahead.
to speak?
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you. I've been made aware there's quite a few people here that would like to speak on an item towards the end of the agenda. I wasn't aware of this until just now. And I'm wondering if we could change the agenda to take the committee of the whole before, if that's doable. Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were done with it.
No, we got the second one to do.
Oh, I thought, okay. All right. I blew up.
And then there's the quasi, there's the gentleman's here for the quasi.
So, is there a motion on item 2?
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any commentary? Seeing none, we'll use the board.
Celestine, I'm a yes.
Thank you. All right, you may vote.
I'm just gonna vote.
It's so odd.
Yeah, I'm not turning up on mine either, I'm a yes.
Okay. All right. And that motion to adopt, the second item, General Ordinance 20-23, passes 12-0, all in favor.
All right, thank you, clerk. Alder Galvin, did you have a motion?
Yeah, a motion to change the agenda and move the item W, Committee of the Whole, up to next on our agenda.
Second.
Okay, is that a
Mayor.
motion to reconsider the agenda?
Yes, it would be a motion to
Okay.
reconsider the approval of the agenda, and then we'll have to do another motion to approve and amend.
All right.
Right. So Alder Galvin makes a motion to reconsider the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by
Alder Eck,
Alder
Your
Eck.
Honor.
Alder Eck. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The agenda has been reconsidered. Entertain a motion.
Motion to move item W up next on the agenda.
There's a motion to amend the agenda to take up W after J. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Entertain a motion to adopt the amended agenda.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
The agenda is amended.
Motion has been made by Alder Scannell and seconded by Alder Galvin. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And the ayes have it, and we are on item W.
Motion to open the floor for interested parties to speak.
Second.
Alder Galvin makes a motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Stevens. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. And again, for our guests, just remember to state your name and address, and if you could keep things to 3 minutes, we would appreciate it.
We do have Jeanette Nill who signed up, and also Portia Tuttle.
Hi, my name's Jeanette Canill. I live at 3003 Emma Lane Drive, Green Bay. I'm also the president of the Mahone Creek Neighborhood Association. And I'd like to speak to getting a new traffic study at the intersection of Nicolay Drive and East Shore Drive. My husband and I have lived in Mahone Creek neighborhood since December 2012, and the last traffic study was done in 2010. We initially lived at the Shores Apartments, which is on Nicolay. East Shore Drive empties, it ends right at Nicolay, right across the street from the Shores Apartment. We lived there for a couple months before we moved into our home on Emma Lane Drive the following spring. Since we have lived in the Mahone Creek neighborhood, 11 additional homes were built along Emma Lane, completing the subdivision for a total of 73 houses. In the last few years, Tunin has expanded the Shores apartment complex. I'm not sure how many apartments were added, but it's significant. Within our neighborhood association, which includes the Shores apartment complex, Mahone Court, Suzanne Court, Enderby Lane, and Emma Lane Drive, there are over 200 residences. So we've got to figure there's probably at least 200 cars, which is significantly more than there was in 2010. Mahone Court is the only street exiting our subdivision. The driveways for the church on the corner of Nicolay and Mahone Court, the BP gas station driveways on Nicolay, and the Shores apartment driveways all exit into Nicolay Drive, very close to the intersection of Nicolay and East Shore Drive. Since the last traffic study, the additional homes and apartments have significantly increased traffic flow at this intersection. Other things that most likely are impacting this intersection that have changed since 2010 include the VA outpatient clinic, which opened in August 2013, the opening of Festival Foods and other retail fast food venues, which repaired that awful triangle that had occurred there. And there's quite a few new venues over there. There have been new homes built in the Red Smith area and also further north on Nicolay. And even though these places I just mentioned above are not directly within the site of Nicolay and East Shore Drive intersection, they definitely would contribute to the increased traffic flow. That BP gas station that's there is pretty close to 5457, so I'm sure there's a lot of people using that gas station that are coming from the VA before they get on 5457 to go on 43 north or south. There's just a lot of traffic over there now. And you have the university. This intersection is at the south end of UWGB. We also have the Bay Beach Wildlife Trails. There's an entrance there. There's no parking there, but you can walk in there if you feel brave enough to cross that intersection. And we have the trails for the Coffin Arboretum, which is just north of Mahone Court. There's a lot of bicyclists that are riding on Nicolay and down East Shore Drive. And now there's that great bicycle trail or bicycle lanes that the city put in on Webster that can connect. And so I'm a cyclist myself. I come down Nicolay, East Shore Drive, and to come home, I've got to cross Nicolay. It's dangerous. If you want to go and walk over at the wildlife trails, it's really dangerous there. And we need to have something happen over there. We need to work to improve safety at this intersection, perhaps lower speed limits, traffic control signals, improve signage. I don't know, I'm not a civil engineer, but I really would encourage a new traffic study because there's accidents there. I don't know how many. Luckily, I have never been involved in one, but I do have friends that have been. And so
All right.
I ask you to
Thank
do
you so
that.
much
Thank you.
for your testimony, ma'am. Any questions for our guest?
And next we have Portia Tuttle.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak and moving the agenda item up tonight. I just am in favor of what Jeanette mentioned. There have been a lot of changes in that area. Just the apartments did expand within the last 2 years. Like Jeanette said, it's a heavy pedestrian area. There's lots of traffic. Lots of people are biking down that road and walking to access the trails at UWGB. It's also very close to the Bay Beach Wildlife Sanctuary. There are events at UWGB and the Widener Center where traffic can get very crazy at those times, as well as traffic with Red Smith School. The road is also very curvy, and traffic is regularly going 50 miles per hour. It's a 35 mile per hour speed limit. I think it would benefit to bring that down to 30 miles per hour, at least in some spots on that road, because like Jeanette said, it's a very dangerous area. I'm also just wanted to say that I'm in favor of looking at this and doing a traffic study for this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Mayor, it's Alder Burnett. She just did not mention her address. For
Oh, I apologize. So my address is 2919 Emma Lane Drive. And I've lived in this area since I was born. My grandparents reside right down the road as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alder Burnett.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes, Alder Scannell.
It seems like we're doing committee work here. I don't quite understand the agenda item. Shouldn't this just be referred? Why, there's no other, I don't know what action, if this agenda item could be explained to me, I don't know exactly what we're doing here.
Yeah, Alder Brunette or Alder Grant, perhaps?
I could, and then Alder, sorry, am I on yet? Okay, thank you for that.
Well, I suppose,
Well, it is a point of order, just to
It's a point of
understand.
order,
Yeah,
okay.
Attorney Bunger, it's a point of order. Okay. So I requested it be placed on the agenda, and I should have made that under the announcement so everyone knew what was going on, and we opened the floor, which is a good thing, but before we opened the floor, either Alder Grant or I would have explained it. So basically, over the week, Alder Grant had placed a communication on the agenda of the Traffic Bison Pedestrian Committee, which met yesterday. The omission, not sure what happened, not trying to blame anyone, but any staff or anything like that, but the understanding for some of her constituents was that the agenda would be able to be discussed yesterday, but the omission was noticed on Friday, so she had reached out to me, and we were kind of brainstorming the idea in order to get this traffic study done and referred to staff, that we would just enter this as a committee of the whole agenda due to the pressing nature of it. So I don't know if it's really up for debate. I think based on just a few people we spoke to and Alder Grant's, expertise on that area and the fact that she represents the area, she would just be a simple referral to staff to do the traffic study. I think that would be a sensible outcome, but I do think that people who are speaking tonight were probably expecting this, be able to speak yesterday. So that's why I recommended it be placed on the agenda, because the next traffic commission was going to be late November. So,
Actually, there's a correction, won't be until December.
to December, so that's the background. Alder Grant could probably fill in more of the details
but we're still not, the only thing we're gonna do is refer.
if that's the wishes of the committee. or
Well,
the-
I mean,
of
why
the
not
whole.
just put in a communication to the TBP, for the next traffic bike?
It's December.
December, but still, I mean, we're not gonna do anything other than do that. So why not just automatically go right there? I don't quite understand why, we're not gonna do commission work on the floor. And it seems like that's what we're doing.
We could, I mean, we've done it before.
But-
Just the nature, the pressing
Well,
nature of the issue.
We're not gonna make out of any decision other than to refer to
Right,
staff.
and that's fine, I think, yeah.
Right, which could have just been done at the beginning by not bringing it to the committee of the whole, but just refer to commission to begin with. If you had done that, it'd be the same thing. Why do you need the whole council to refer it? Why not, if this is your concern, put in that communication?
She did, that's the point. That's the
Right, and
point.
there was a all right, so then it comes up the next time.
In
You know,
December.
Because we don't, we don't do traffic studies in the winter, so I was going to ask staff if it's possible to do the traffic study before this winter. And there's other things that could possibly be addressed. There is a sign on a median that could possibly be moved back sooner than later. There might be a few quick fixes prior to the traffic study that might alleviate some of the issues.
So what would be, that's not on the agenda item, so how do we, couldn't you just ask staff? Why does that even take council action?
Well, a traffic study still needs to happen, and they must be approved to do the study, which is what we're doing.
It doesn't have to be approved. Well, if you had put in a communication to, you said you did put in that communication.
Correct.
There was a mix-up and it didn't get on.
Correct.
So it should just go on the next one.
But
And in the meantime, if you'd like to see some action taken, did you talk to the director to see what action could be taken? Because that's not on this agenda.
I have talked to Tom, who's in the traffic department, who sent me the traffic study. First of all, the November meeting is now canceled, so it's not even gonna be addressed until December, and people are very concerned about this intersection. So I wanted the staff to be directed to start the traffic study.
Okay, I think we have clarification. Let's get a
So
motion
can
to close
we
the
just
floor.
refer to staff to be,
The floor is still open.
Your Honor, the floor is still open, and I'm not
Yep.
sure if there are more people
Yep,
willing to speak.
Yep, I know. I was asking for a motion to close the floor.
This will solve it.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this issue? Please come forward to the podium and state your name and address.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor by Alder Galvin, seconded by whom?
Alder Morgan.
All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is closed.
Make a motion to refer to staff. Is there anything you want to, specifics you want added to that, or?
Just, again, if there's anything immediate with that sign, I do have a picture of it, and that was actually involved in the accident that happened on the 4th, and it was hit. So I know people have said it as a blind spot for trying to turn into oncoming traffic. So I don't know if it's possible to get that moved back before the winter, but a traffic study overall.
Okay. Motion to refer to staff with, staff, being able to take any safety precautions immediately if they can.
Second?
Motion made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Grant. Any further discussion?
Question. Alder Weary.
Alder Weary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I appreciate you bringing this forward, Alder Grant. You know, when there's a safety concern and it gets missed on a committee, it's unfortunate. But rather than wait 2 months, I'm glad you contacted the president to do this right away. Director Grenier, what's the timeline on a traffic study? Can we get that done yet this year? Or, you know, I don't know how long that takes.
No, we can't.
So we'll be looking at spring?
Absolutely.
And off the top of your head, are there some safety measures we can implement, or do we have our new traffic engineer yet? Or?
No, we don't have a traffic engineer. That's what's gonna cause the delay in getting the traffic study done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to fit that in amongst my other duties, and I'm gonna have to perform that traffic study myself.
Is the assistant, Mr. Sherman's, you can help with this?
Mr. Sherman's is not an engineer.
Okay. But there are some safety things we can do here? You have any?
Possible.
Okay.
I was having a discussion with Alder Stevens prior to the meeting, and he brought up the issue of the sign is something we're willing to take a look at. We need to make sure that sign placement versus where the stop bar is, to make sure we don't have a conflict there. That may be why the sign is located where it is already. But we're definitely willing to take a look at that.
I appreciate it. You know, it sounds like there's a problem there going on. My mother-in-law lives over there, so I've gone through that intersection many times. Do you need direction to do the traffic study with this request, or does that need to be handled separately? Is that understood that that's being done? I just want to clarify, you know, are we directing that it be done? It didn't sound like it.
My understanding of the motion was refer to staff for study. That's inherent in the motion.
Okay, perfect. And I just wanted to clarify that publicly, that is getting done. And I trust you'll do whatever you can to help that intersection out. Thanks. Thanks, Steve. Director.
Thanks, Alder. Any other comments? Seeing
Just read the email. It's fine.
seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item has been referred to staff. Back up to landmarks.
Motion to approve.
What was your motion there, Alder?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Let's go to Attorney Bungert to explain the process here.
Yes, so this item is up for appeal of the Landmarks Commission decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness for 1137 South Monroe. So this will be a quasi judicial hearing this evening. It is the goal of the council to provide and conduct a hearing that is fair in form, appearance, and substance. To ensure that this hearing satisfies these goals, each member of the council must confirm that you do not have an interest or conflict of interest in this matter, or you have not received any communication from any person or party about this matter. At this point, you can make a point of order if you need to voice any such conflicts. If you have any conflicts of interest, or you've had any ex parte communications with the appellant or others, now would be the time to state those for the record. Yes, Alder Galvin.
Thank you. Yes, I have talked to Mr. Herkman on the phone earlier this week. and he was just making me aware that he was going to be addressing this at council. I asked him to put together a packet of information for me, which I think every council member has received. And is this where I say whether I feel I have a
Yes,
conflict?
if you can decide whether this matter, whether you can still decide this matter based upon the record in a fair and impartial manner.
I believe I can.
All right, anybody else that has any conflicts to this? Yes, Alder Brunette.
Yeah, thank you. The appellant had reached out to me on a separate matter regarding my professional life that at that time did not know that I was a member of the city council. So that he became aware of that, conveyed that to me, which is why I abstained when this was discussed briefly last meeting. I don't think it would affect my decision-making, but I'm willing to abstain if you think, if there's any potential conflict of interest that I may not feel or see myself.
Right, there isn't, I'm not seeing a direct conflict at law, so it's entirely up to your discretion, Alder, as to whether you feel you can still remain impartial and to make a decision based upon the record in front of you.
Sure, I do think I can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Alder Johnson.
Thank you, Attorney Bungert. I am on the Landmarks Commission. This was before the Landmarks Commission multiple times. On both occasions, I did vote in support of the COA, I guess, meaning that I supported the appellant, the appellant's request. After one of those meetings, I did have a conversation with the chair, Ron Dane, about the reasons for why I voted the way that I did. I just explained in greater detail why I did. That said, I feel that I can be impartial, listen to the facts, and vote accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with a conflict or ex parte communication? All right, seeing no one else, we can proceed to verify notice. The appellant in this hearing has received proper notice of today's proceedings, and I believe is present. Can the clerk confirm that?
Yes,
The appellant
Mr.
is present?
Hartman is present.
Okay. So the council will either announce its decision tonight or take the matter under advisement and have a decision at the next council meeting. The council will make findings of fact and conclusions of law based upon the record before it. At this time, the following evidence has been submitted into the record. The appellant's brief in support of an appeal for the Landmarks Commission denial of a COA application for 1137 South Monroe, Green Bay, Wisconsin. And then also the Landmarks Commission staff brief in support of denial of the COA application for the same property, 1137 South Monroe Avenue, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Staff and the appellant have an opportunity to present evidence and testimony under oath. All witnesses presenting testimony need to be sworn in under oath by the clerk. The evidence needs to be credible, relevant, and probative. The time limits that are prescribed are 10 minutes for arguments and 5 minutes each for rebuttals. The council may ask questions of both parties during or after the presentation of testimony and evidence. The questioning must be limited to strictly just questions. Council members should not be testifying or presenting any opinions or statements. The appellant will present first, followed by city staff representing the Landmarks Commission and any members of Landmarks Commission, and this will repeat for the rebuttals. Any evidence presented will need to be admitted into evidence by motion. Once testimony is concluded, the council will need to move into closed session to deliberate. Once back in open session, council will either announce its decision, as I mentioned, or take the matter under advisement and have a decision at the next meeting. The council will make their findings of fact, conclusions of law based upon the record before it. Shall adopt those findings at the next council meeting, and copies of the same will be provided to the appellant once so adopted. That, Mr. Mayor, concludes the housekeeping for the quasi-judicial hearing, and we can proceed with the appellant moving forward with their evidence and testimony.
Very good. Do we need a motion to open the floor, Attorney?
We do not for the parties that are participating in the hearing itself, as they are slated to speak as part of this hearing.
Okay. Very well. So Mr. Herkman goes first, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Herkman, if you'd like to approach the podium and state your name and address, we would appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is John
Yes.
Herkman. I live at 1133 South Monroe Avenue. I own the home at 1137 South Monroe Avenue.
Mr. Herkman, we just need to administer the oath so that you present your testimony under oath, so the clerk can do that now.
So, Mr. Herkman, can you please raise your right hand?
I do.
And repeat after me. That I swear that the evidence and testimony I will give
I swear all the evidence and testimony I will give
in this action will be the truth.
will be the truth.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I live at 1133 South Monroe Avenue. I own the home at 1137 South Monroe Avenue. I've lived in the home for 40 years. I've owned the other home for 20 years. It became apparent to us that the roof had caved in on the garage from heavy snow, and we had to ask our friends to vacate. Took a while, but they did. And then we decided we'd restore the house. And we started in October, or prior to October, to restore the house. The city came in and suggested we had a permit for, we were gonna do the garage. We started to notice the bathtub and a few things were falling through the floor. We had to do an extensive remodel. And as we did that, the city asked us to stop work, present us a full set of plans, which we did. The plans were approved and we were issued a permit in October of '22. In April of '23, I received a letter from the city, kind of a general mailing that said, you know, you live in this neighborhood. If you're gonna do anything, you need to request a certificate of appropriateness. So I filled out paperwork. I said, oh, you know, good citizen, I'll just fill out paperwork. I sent it in. And the next day, they came and slapped a stop work order on it, on the place. And then, followed that, May, we went to the thing, and I was totally unprepared to talk about windows. I thought we were talking about a portico that was on the, that I had designed on the house, and we had it was an architectural feature. And the Landmark Commission had an issue with it. And I said, okay, look, I just want to move on, I'll take it off. So I, took the thing down and got rid of it and just said, well, because it wasn't on the plan. It was something that was added by the landscape architect. Wasn't on the original plan. So the plan that went to that we were approved on, there were 3 openings originally. It showed one was going to be stuccoed over because a new stairwell went in, and it just how it worked. In your packet, you're going to see a picture of how the the railings actually hit those windows. I think the important part for us is that all the work was done in the house prior to April of '23. It was all completed, had been inspected multiple times, along with plumbing and electrical and structural because of the staircase. And all this work was done. And then in May, the Landmark Commission said, in fact, during the commission interview, Jason was asked, is there any historical significance to the glass blocks? And he said, no. And I thought that would settle the issue. Well, it didn't. And so then I went back to ordinary business, and they determined that all 3 of the openings should be put back in, and they should be glass blocks. So as we focus on this, and I also want to thank you for your time, as we focus on this, if I had never been given that permit in October of '22, we wouldn't be standing here today. This would have all got worked out, but I did get a permit. And once I had a permit and a contractor, we just went forward. And all the work on the inside of the house was done during the winter because of the stop work orders. And the delays took us out of the demolition of the garage and concrete till the following spring. So we worked all winter in the house, and then that stopped. So my focus is You know, and I'm asking you to have this focus because the city in September, when I went, I put a new COA together because I said, no, there is significant difference here. The plan shows that one window is gone. It shows that the Uniform Dwelling Code says you have to have openable windows in every dwelling space. So the architect put them in. And, but the city, I was surprised they had legal at the meeting to greet me in the September meeting. So tonight I brought legal. Steve Krieger will represent me in any, if there's any back and forth with legal. He's with Godfrey, with Conway, Olnichek, and Jerry. So I'll let him deal with that. I'm here just to answer you, you know, and try to understand my frustration, because I did go back and talk to, I think it's in zoning, it's really Ms. Hummel, and I sent her the next morning, I sent her an email, I said, because I went home, I was frustrated, I said, how can this happen? And I went home, I looked at the plan, and there it is, there's a note on the plan. There's diamond, triangle, 2, note 2, this is gonna be removed and stuccoed over. So I called, I sent her an email, and she said, we don't reconsider. And I said, you don't reconsider. I had 2, it was a 3-2 vote. I had 2 people in the minority. I didn't understand why they couldn't bring the motion back. I didn't understand it, except I was just shut down. And during that whole process, yes, I didn't petition you that first 30 days because it was still, I'm used to dealing with reasonable people doing reasonable things, okay? And then that went by, and when I repositioned, when I reapplied in August, then the August meeting didn't happen. The Landmarks Commission didn't have an August meeting. In September, the night before the meeting, I received the thing that they were not going to, well, I was confused. They couldn't receive it and they couldn't deny it. And I was like, okay. So I went to the meeting, I was confronted by legal, and I was over my depth at that point. I said, okay. But also confusing to me, when I read the analysis of denial, they say I shouldn't be allowed to petition because of 30 days. But yet on 9/15, I got a letter, an open, an email, a letter saying, from Ms. Hummel saying, you know, you have to let me know if you're going to petition. I let her know. And on 9/29, the legal deputy sends me the stuff that I have to have by the 3rd do this, by the 12th do this, and by the 17th I'm to be here. So I'm confused. I obviously have a right because that motion went forward on the 5th on September because one of the commissioners asked, will the Herkmans have a right to appeal? And he was told yes. And so I'm confused about that. I've taken the time to put the petition together just because I think everybody here should understand it. It's not, I'm not against what it is, but the administration of it is really distressful. So, and I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Herkman, how much did you spend on this project? Do you have a
An
ballpark
embarrassing
for me?
amount.
Embarrassing.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my dad used to own a house in Astor neighborhood, and he always said it was more costly to maintain it than it was to buy it, so,
Well, originally I had planned I was gonna take it down. And then my wife said she wasn't in favor of that. She said she liked the idea that it was there in our backyard. It's more quiet because we get it, we live on a highway, okay? So I said, okay, then we gotta fix it.
so you own the house you live in?
I do.
Is next door, you bought that 30-some years ago?
I bought that from Jimmy Meyer, Krieger Meyer Jewelers, 20-some years, over 20 years ago.
Okay, and this house you bought how long ago?
20 years.
Okay.
The one other one I bought 40 years ago.
Okay.
And at 1133, I've lived there 40 years. It was a cottage, and then when I got married, I realized there wasn't enough room, and Amy said I liked the neighborhood, so we fixed it.
Okay. But can you give me a ballpark, how much you've spent on fixing up your home?
That 1137,
The one in question here, yeah, 1137, how much have you spent, roughly?
a couple $100,000.
Okay. And you thought you were doing everything right, getting the permits?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you bought the home, it was glass block window?
It was.
Was it glass block when you bought the house next door?
Oh, when I bought which
40 years
home?
ago, when you moved in, was it glass block?
40 years ago?
I thought you said you were there 40 years.
At 1133, I was there 40 years.
Okay.
There were no glass block windows in there.
Then?
No. In 1137, that's when the block windows were in. My son Brad thinks that Jim put them there. He said they remodeled it and put them there. I have no idea how they
Okay.
got there. I don't know how they got there.
All right. How much do you think it's gonna cost you to convert the house back to the way it was?
No, it's not, people think you just take out the sash and put in the glass blocks. It don't work like that. You actually gotta take out the whole wall, it's gotta be framed. I mean, there's another solution. I mean, that 20 grand maybe, I don't know. We take a number. Oops, excuse me.
But as far as you know, and as far as your contractor knew, you were doing everything by the letter of the law, by getting that permit, and then completing the work, allowing the inspectors to come in, filling out the form from the Landmarks Commission, sending it in. Okay, thank you.
Yes, to answer your question, yes to all of it. And no to, so let's take it out. And the other thing, the way the windows got in rather than glass blocks was, according to my architect, he said, he called me up and he said, John, I think they should be openable, and you said, yeah, put them in like the rest of them. So that's evidently what I said, so, okay, that's what happened.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
No, is there-
Any
I don't
other
know if there's
que-
anyone else that wants to talk.
Any questions? Yes, sir?
Yep. So the house is remodeled now, you're done?
Done.
Okay, and the issue here is you, the glass block was in when you bought it, but it was not part of the original building, as far as you know?
I couldn't tell you.
You go, okay.
I mean, that built house, when I look at it, I can't even tell you if it was a house in the beginning. I don't know.
Okay.
It's an old thing. It's old. It's not anymore. It'll be there for 50 years now. No.
Okay. And you mentioned, who was it that, window safety, that because the glass block obviously can't be opened, and is that, well, maybe that's not a question for you, it's a question for someone else. Okay.
Well, no, it is part of the Uniform Dwelling Code that you will have openable windows
Yes.
for ventilation in every inhabitable space.
Space.
And those are the only two windows in that whole room
Okay.
that open, period.
Okay, thank you.
I have a request.
Any more questions from our council?
Yeah, Alder Steuer.
Go ahead.
Thank you, John, for coming in. I think, the Landmarks Commission, generally is, if you do work on the inside of your home, usually there's not a big issue. It's usually in the outside, the facade, whatever, that's what they're looking for. If you do work inside, and you did work inside, so I guess my question is that, you got the glass block windows that were there. So, did you consider that interior work or outside work? And in a sense, you're taking them out and putting in windows, so,
Under oath, I didn't consider any of it. I mean, it just was part of the plan. It went ahead. It was done. And I never thought about it. I never gave it a thought. The windows, the blocks were broken, see? The header broke, and so the blocks they were cracked, they were broken. So they had to come out. I couldn't just leave them the way they were, okay?
So you had a building permit to do that?
I had a building permit in October of '22.
Okay. So, and the city gave you that building permit?
Yes, sir, they did.
And then, of course, you said in 2023, or was it 24?
23.
23, I'm sorry,
It was in April of '23
Then you
when
were
I got the
denied-
letter.
Denied the COA.
And then in May, I was denied the COA, May of '23.
Well, that could be a crux, just looking at that, what the city said you could do, and then, the Landmarks Commission saying you can't do it, so, we'll talk more about that.
Alright.
So, that's all I have right now.
Yes,
Mr.
sir?
Hickman, taking a look at your permit process, that permit was pulled in October of '22, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and at any point in that process were you advised that you needed to apply for a COA?
No.
Okay, and I assume, and I'll verify this with staff, but I assume perhaps that was maybe because the presumption was that it was all interior work. But what you're suggesting, according to this plan, is that item number 2 that you alluded to specifically calls out to remove the window. So it was part of your site plan that you submitted?
It was.
Okay. From your perspective, and this doesn't necessarily speak to this case, but once you understand the COA process, you received that letter, you proactively reached out to city. Have you found this process of applying for COAs and what applies to be easy, understandable, complex, cumbersome? And I'm asking that question because there are a lot of residents that are impacted by this, and if we need to streamline this process, I'd at least like to be aware of that.
Well, all I know is, and I've said to Amy, what makes me angry is this could be a young couple moving into one of these neighborhoods and happen to them. And they don't have, they've seen their mortgage payment double in the last year. They don't have the wherewithal to call to the attorneys and say, I need representation. No, I don't know what they would have done. But I'm not against what they're doing, but yes, it's a longer conversation. I plan to have it, I had planned to say when this was over, I want to get a meeting with the mayor. I want to talk to him about it because I've studied it now and I've looked at how the commissions are supposed to work and what they're supposed, and I think it's pretty simple. It can simplify it for everybody. Architects, you can't buy a house in this city without a sump pump, right? But yet we depend on the realtor to tell the person buying a house in one of these districts that, if you're gonna do something, it's a little different. So to answer your question, yeah, I don't think, you're on the commission. I don't think the city should make a recommendation to you to deny or that. To me, that's the Landmark Commission responsibility. They should provide you the information. And then your commission should be charged with the responsibility of studying it, looking at it, preparing for that meeting, and then come there and ask the questions. Not stamping the book for them. So,
Thank you.
all right. And thank you for your time.
All right, now we will have staff representing the Landmarks Commission and any members of the Landmarks Commission to present their testimony.
Good evening, everyone. Stephanie Hummel, do you need me to do the oath as well?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, if you would just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence
I swear that the evidence
and testimony I will give
and testimony that I will give
in this action will be the truth.
in this action will be the truth. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Stephanie Hummel. I'm a planner with the City of Green Bay. I think I've seen most of you before. I work with Jason Flatt, who is our preservation specialist, and we staff the Landmarks Commission together. So some background on This process and this application in particular, this work permit started as an internal permit. So our inspection division received this for all the internal work, they processed it as such. We do have a process within our software that does flash when it's something in a historic district. So it'll say Astor Park, so that way the inspectors know to get me involved and to request that COA for that kind of work. However, that's only relevant for external work. So this permit was started as an internal work permit. It was issued as such. It was then amended when it was realized that the garage was gonna need work. So because they were going into an existing permit, they didn't get the screen that flashed, this is Astor Park, get staff involved. So that's where that, there was the error in not getting the COA when that permit was extended because it was an amendment within our system which didn't register it. We have since fixed that, so that way this doesn't happen again. But when that amendment was put through, it was for that garage work only. So the permit application, the information supplied within that permit, even the building plans that were submitted all show the 3 windows. It doesn't show the covering for the stucco, it doesn't show replacing them with operable windows. It has the 3 openings on there throughout. So not only our staff viewed it as all 3 windows are gonna be retained, our inspection division also felt that was what they were proposing. So we got the approval for the stucco work done, for the garage work. At that initial meeting in May where the first COA was heard, there were multiple projects as part of this COA application. So all of them were approved outside of that window 1, with the Landmarks Commission even noting, a permit's already been pulled for the garage, so we're not even gonna review it. They didn't look at it, they didn't ask questions about it. We noted it was staff error that permit was issued without the COA, and we took it for what it is. However, the rest of it was judged against what it should have been judged by, our municipal code. So as far as some of that background information, it's important to note that part of that permit was issued incorrectly. We fixed that internally to make sure that doesn't happen again. But the window project was not part of that permit, and we stand by that. There was no error in that. There are some notes on the face of the building, or the building plans that were submitted. One said, repair the windows, one said replace the windows. They were conflicting. But the repair one was the last one. And in reading building plans, they kind of go in that order. The notes get added, so whatever's at the bottom is considered to be the most recent note. So that's all that we had. Through all that talk with our inspection division, that's how they perceived it as well. That's how they read their building plans. So from our end, there was no error with the window project. This was not presented as part of the building permit, so no permit was issued for the windows at any time. It was for the internal work and then for that garage work. So throughout the summer, we've been working with the applicant on some other projects that were at the house too. There was a fencing project, some rear windows, a rear patio, the front patio. A lot of work has been done, and it does look great. But the window issue never really got resolved. So we had, in the first COA application, sent out a letter that showed that had been denied, and then the appeal process, which is a 30-day appeal window to come before this body to appeal. So as we sent that out, John did respond the next day saying, hey, can't you just reconsider this? And I said, no, the appeal process exists for this purpose, and no appeal was received. So he was aware of that process, did not take advantage of that process, so we kind of thought that was the end of that. So within communications about the other COA applications, we had also asked, so what's your timeline for restoring this? Just a reminder, we still have to restore these windows. Didn't get anything related to that. Outside of that, we also were working with him on some other issues at the house that then all have been approved outside of this window. So we have noted multiple times via email, via the COA letters, that the windows need to be restored. There is some information here that's being shared that I don't know that it's being shared in a false way, but the windows, the glass block windows that are in question, those were there when the building was listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So those windows were historic in their own right. Also, the glass block window look is very particular to that architectural style. And that's the information that the Landmarks Commission used in denying that application, because it is important to that house and to that architectural style that those windows be there. And the burden of proof does lie on the applicant to show, no, these windows weren't there, or they are beyond repair. We didn't get any of that information. And it was asked for before that May meeting. We have email correspondences and where I say, it looks like you're asking for windows to be replaced. What's the information on these? And I did not receive that information. So that brings us to this COA application, which was the September one, in which he applied for the windows to be replaced exactly as they are now. since that was the same application, it was the same project, there were no changes to the project, I thought, okay, maybe we don't even accept this, because for other parts of our municipal code, you're not allowed to reapply within 12 months if something is denied. However, the preservation code and the Green Bay Municipal Code doesn't have that, so it's considered a loophole right now, that you can perpetually reapply for these COA applications because there is no timeline associated with a denial. You know, you get 30 days to appeal, but then you can reapply right away, and it can be the same project. So that's unfortunate on our end. We do plan to clean that up with the text amendment so this doesn't happen again, because the application that was brought forward is the same one that was seen in May. It's the same one that he had the opportunity to appeal and did not take advantage of. So now he has been able to reapply for the same project, got the same result at Landmarks Commission, and here we are tonight. Just some other things to note. The windows are the only thing in question here. So the option of converting back, that's not a requirement of the Landmarks Commission. It would just be to restore those 3 windows to glass block. We also don't necessarily take costs into association with this kind of stuff, especially because he did the work without a permit and without a COA. So I think that it would be very short-sighted to say, well, it costs money to put these windows in. Well, he wasn't allowed to do it. He did not have a valid work permit or a valid COA for those actions. Additionally, we send out a letter to property owners in historic districts every year, reminding them. That is the letter that he was referring to that he received. So this isn't new information. We don't depend on realtors to relay this information for us. We as preservation staff send out that letter noting that they have funding resources available to them, that we as staff are there if they have any questions, and that COAs are required for external work. So this wasn't new information. You know, this has been happening for many years now that we've been doing this, and we had a very robust preservation ordinance revamp in 2018 that he would have gotten many letters for that as well. So I don't think it was a surprise that it's a historic district. As far as the operable windows are concerned, I have the full backing of our inspection division on this. Those would have been grandfathered in. They still can be grandfathered in because there was not a valid work permit to put in the operable windows. So our inspection division, and they represent the Universal Dwelling Code, they have no issues with putting the glass block windows in because those would be grandfathered under our code. I think that is all that I have. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Ms. Hummel, you said that the glass block windows were in the house when the area was declared a historic site.
Yes.
What year was that?
I can't do that, what, 80? 1980,
So 33 years ago.
yes.
All right.
No, more than that. I was born in 88, so 43.
43. So the glass block windows could have been put in the year before.
It's possible. We don't have a lot of
bec-
photographic evidence of this property because there was very heavy foliage in the front of it, and we only take photos from the right-of-way. So at the time of listing in 80, that would have been,
Okay, so the house I lived in, which was built in the 20s, my dad could have done a whole lot of changing of it, but whatever was present in 1980 was considered historic, and they would have to maintain that.
well, based
moving
on the
forward.
National Register of Historic Places, when you get registered as a district, it's based off the architectural style of that time. So we have the same conversation about our downtown district. People say, well, the building would be cooler if you took off this facade. Well, the Art Deco is why it was listed. So it's the same conversation. It's based on that time of listing.
Okay. And then you said that the windows were put in illegally. How come our inspection department didn't cite him for doing that?
You would have to ask our inspection department. I believe that because there were so many moving pieces going on at this property, I mean, there was so much that even when we did the initial site visit, we didn't capture all the things that needed the COA. There's a lot that's changed at that property. So I'm not sure why there wasn't an initial citation for the installation, or if it's because they knew that we were working on it. That
Okay.
could be it.
All right, so our inspectors failed to notice that he had put in different types of windows and closed one in. Our system failed to notice that he had asked for exterior work to be done, and so Landmarks wasn't aware of it, to take any kind of action before he actually started doing any kind of work.
For
Is
the
that correct?
garage, correct. The
Okay.
permit was for the garage,
All right, thank you very much.
yes.
Go ahead, Alder Morgan.
Yes, Alder Morgan.
Is there any historic
things you can tell us about this house? I know like we recently had talked about one on the west side that was part of the former original Fort Howard. Is there anything on this that, do we know when it was first built? Do we know, did some famous government person from Green Bay live in this ever? Or is there anything that
No famous
people would want to come to
unfortunately.
this house on a tour and see it?
The one thing to note about this house is that it is the international architectural style, which is very rare for residential homes in general, but extremely rare for Northeast Wisconsin. There aren't that many around anymore. The international style is that very like linear that you see in office buildings, very square in nature, lots of windows around the corners. So that would be one of the major things, especially for this district. I don't know if Jason has anything additional to add. We do keep pretty detailed property notes on all the properties that are listed in historic districts, so that way if anything does come up, we are able to share that. But a lot of the homes in Astor were just listed based on architectural style versus, you know, JFK stayed here once. We don't really have a lot of those in Astor Park.
I know the Astor Park Neighborhood Association, as a fundraiser, does some tours and stuff like that. Is this a type of a house, or do you know if this house is on any tours or anything that it's gonna affect it?
That I'm not sure. They put those together on their own. I know also like the Historical Society does walking tours as well. Like I mentioned before, up to this point, there had been a lot of foliage in front of the house, so it was really hard to see from the road. So I doubt that it was part of any walking tour at that point, because we're not allowed to go on private property for a lot of those kind of things.
Thank you.
Sarah, I guess I will just go. Thank you, Stephanie, for the information. Just a couple questions. You had mentioned at the end, and I want to get clarity on this about the Uniform Dwelling Code, indicating this would be grandfathered in, and the piece that I just want to understand, because if the code says we need to have operable windows, and we remove these, you're saying that technically because it's in a historic district, it's grandfathered, and that becomes a moot point? Is that right?
Yes, so there are a couple different things within the UDC that give leniency towards historic properties. The one that comes up the most is the height railings for porches. So right now, if you take off the whole porch and rebuild it, it has to come up to code. If you're taking off portions of it, you can keep the lower railing, which is more historically appropriate. So when it comes to things like the operable windows, because there wasn't a permit or a COA issued for those to be removed, they're still considered grandfathered. And then for the purposes of this conversation, even if they were given a permit and they wanted to change them, they could, you know, if the COA was granted, they'd be able to change them. But it would never be a requirement that a historic home has to come up to those codes. So anything that's existing gets to be grandfathered regardless of historic status. It's really just, this is an existing condition, so unless you're doing a major remodel, if there's a life safety complaint, like those sorts of things, but usually the operable windows in this case would be for ventilation.
So right now, the existing condition is operable windows.
Yes, but not, they did it without a valid permit,
And
which
the
is why
code
they're still
states that there
grandfathered.
must be a valid permit
It has
to
to be
make the change?
permitted work, yes.
Okay. The block you mentioned was in the application, or at least was in the home when the application was submitted in 1980. Do you know if the block was a defining characteristic?
Yes, I got a thumbs up. Yes, it was.
Okay, and do we know when block, like, started to be used?
Like in residential homes?
Correct.
Jason might know that. That is not my wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Wait,
You want to be sworn in?
correct, yes. Jason can, Mr. Flack can step up, get sworn in, and then can present additional answers.
This is the architecture guy, so if you have architecture questions, this is the person to ask, not me.
Okay,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Flatt, please repeat after me. I swear that the evidence
I swear that the evidence
and testimony I will give in this action, and testimony that I will give in this action
and testimony that I will give in this action
will be the truth.
will be the truth.
Thank you.
So there is a question about glass block use in architectural features.
Yeah, when did that start?
So as much as I like to convince people that I have an encyclopedic knowledge of these things, I couldn't tell you the year. I know that glass block was a common feature by the third, fourth quarter of the 19th century, primarily to let light in. You'll see them on some old commercial buildings occasionally in like transom windows or or down low. For this international style of architecture, it was a very prominent feature typically used to have this clear, wavy glass block. When that architectural style became a thing, say 1920s into the 1930s and even into the 1940s, this particular house, it's a contributing house in the Astor Historic District. That means it's, historically significant, officially so. And although we don't have photographs of it in, say, the 1920s, circumstantially, we can say that glass block is appropriate to that architectural style. I could say, probably original to the house. I can't prove it. What I can say is that it was there, and the Landmarks Commission never tells a property owner, you must do something. The Landmarks Commission responds to proposals to make changes. So here, we did not receive a proposal to make a change until said change was already made. Typically, well, the way this works per the Department of the Interior, the National Park Service, if a property owner wants to make some sort of change, that change should be based on documentary evidence. That's my nearly circuitous way of saying that any burden of proof to say that, no, those windows aren't historic, really rests on the homeowner or the property owner and their research that they do. We, as the city, can't expect, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to, we can't say, hey, what did it look like in 1923? That burden of proof isn't on the city. So all I can tell you with certainty is there were glass blocks there. They were probably historic. We're fairly well convinced they were there in 1980 when this was, deemed historic. And now they're not, so.
Okay,
that's
thank
a
you.
verbose answer.
No, and it does, it helps me frame this a little bit. So, and of course, I think there is one thing at play here is, were they historic or not? Doesn't sound like we have documentation to prove it. We can use context clues. But when we talk about the Secretary of Interior standards, what is their position? And then one of, precursor to this was saying, I'm not suggesting, right, that they're not historic. I just want to understand the response to this question, which is, what is the Secretary of Interior standards about replacing non-historic material with non-historic material?
So, replacing non-historic material with non-historic material, it should be appropriate to the architectural style of the building. In this case, we have what we believe to have been historic material. And now there's two aspects to consider. The material itself, that would be the glass block for something else now, the clear windows that have been installed. And the second aspect here is the fenestration change. So there were 3 window openings. Now there are 2. So we're looking at not just removal of historic material, but also now an alteration of the historic design of the building.
Okay.
Historically, 3 window openings, now down to 2. Also, by the way, we've dumpstered the historic, presumably glass block, and introduced a new type of window that is not compatible with the architectural style of building.
Okay, just one final question, and I don't know if you guys are equipped to handle this, is about building permits. Yeah, you took a stab at it before. So, I get the conflict, right? I see it here where, while there's the notation, verbatim, remove window, prepare opening for stucco. But to your point, right, that you have a photo here that still shows 3 windows. So there's a conflict there. What does our inspection department do in that instance? I get that you talked about the pecking order, but if somebody is submitting a site plan for a permit and there's a conflict, what does their staff do to address that?
Well, I don't know that I can speak to all inspection staff. I'm sure that people handle it in different ways. But generally speaking, whatever is visually presented in our site plans is what we're responding to. We get lots of documentations that have all these little subnotes and footnotes and whatever. And not that we don't read those, of course, those are important to the plan, but generally speaking, it's whatever is visually presented is what's getting looked at first and what's getting looked at for approval, because that's what we're scanning into our system as an approved document.
Is that defined in code? That you look at visual and not text? Or is that just a practice?
We look at text, I'm saying that that's going to be obviously the first stop when you're looking at something that's a visual plan. And then additionally, not only, because it has that in there, that note 2 says to remove, but I believe that there's a note 7 that talks about repair. And that's where we talk about like what supersedes what. Is that like a later number on a building plan supersedes anything cursory that comes before it, because that's how they add the notes in.
You know, when I'm just looking at this, the location of 2 and 7, this is very small print. No, I'm trying to see where the location of 7 is. See, so I'm seeing 7 is pointing at a different location than where number 2 is. So we're talking about different things?
The copies that we have as an approved plan has notes 2 and 7 related to those windows. So I don't know what you guys were presented in your packet, but the approved building plan has 2 and 7 for the windows, 2 saying replace, 7 saying repair.
Okay, I'll cross-reference in the
Okay.
material. Thank you.
Number of things. First, do we want him just to replace the 2 windows with glass block, or do we also want him to bring back that 3rd window?
All 3 restored to glass block.
All 3, okay. Then, this started with, he wanted to do interior work, and there's nothing about windows in that plan?
No.
Okay, because windows would be considered exterior, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then the only other question I have is safety. If they are it sounds like they're the only windows in the room, historically, I like the glass block, I think that's, but if we're at a point where the glass block needs to be replaced, which it sounds like it did, wouldn't safety override historical significance?
It would, but there are many points of egress in this home. So the glass block openings were not considered a point of egress, and the plans were still able to be approved. So there are plenty of other points of egress as far as fire safety is concerned.
Okay.
If I could elaborate a little bit, just a tiny bit on that as well.
Yeah.
Much of the purpose of the Landmarks Commission is so that there is some sort of public discussion about, what's in the best interests of the community going forward with any plan changes to designated historic properties. In the case of this particular house, again, speaking conjecturally and in probable terms, the front picture window probably, from an architectural history point of view, was once a series of operable windows. So that discussion, which never had an opportunity to take place, would have addressed issues like, if you want operable windows, let's talk about a better design solution for the historic integrity of this house than just jumping off and, making these other historic glass block windows into something totally different now. So safety is very much a consideration, but the Landmarks Commission was never privy to that conversation because this never came to the Landmarks Commission until the job was done.
Okay, and staff, there was a mix-up, and he thought he had approval to go. We got the mix-up worked out, and then there were still miscommunications, it sounds like. It still seems like there was still some issues, because he still kept going. It didn't sound like he had the permit to do the windows, correct? Is that, I guess I don't know exactly the time frame everything happened. I know the window frame, not the time frame, everything exactly happened here.
Well,
And you probably
yeah.
can't provide that.
Well, no, as Mr. Herkman stated, it was about it's the same process. So like he applied, he received the initial permit sometime last fall. The completed one was submitted in October and approved in October with that expansion with the garage work being included. So that's where, from our standpoint and inspection standpoint, that was for interior work and the garage. So then come around to April, when I send out my annual letter to all historic property owners, that's when he went, oh, I need to submit this application as well. At that same time, Jason had been doing a drive-through of Astor Park, noticed the work anyway, because the trees had been taken down, the shrubbery that was in the front. So either way, a stop work order was gonna happen because we had not had a COA application for it.
Okay. And I just want to say, I got to get this off my chest. I'm finding this a real pain. Thank you.
It wouldn't be a meeting without one pun, right?
We can go with that.
Alder Morgan.
Looking at what we have Exhibit 6 and Exhibit 7, it shows pictures of the house with the glass block windows and as it is today. I noticed that originally it had two separate garage doors with a separation between them. Now it has a modern garage door with the windows up on top like only modern ones do. How did that get to go through, yet these block windows were a problem?
The garage was approved by the Landmarks Commission because the permit had already been issued. So they realized that was a city error. I mean, I think you added a couple comments in the staff report about the garage, but we mostly said, this is already a done deal. They received a permit for this work, that's our bad. So that's how the garage got done. They could have said, we don't care about the permit, we want you to restore this how it should look. But the Landmarks Commission is actually very forgiving when it comes to this kind of stuff. They're very good at working with property owners on issues like this, so.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
is it
Alder.
you turning on? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. All right. Okay, so, I was just looking over some of the information given, and I just wanted to clarify, so it says staff was asked the question at the May meeting if the glass blocks were historic, and staff answered no, they could not say that they were.
That's inaccurate.
Not true.
It's inaccurate, okay. And then, question, as far as returning it back to the glass block, does it have to be glass block? Like, they have to find specific glass block from the 1980s, from when that was considered, because that's when it became on the historic list. So, or can they use new material?
You can use new material as long as it matches the design, color, texture, blah, blah, of the historic material. So I never had the opportunity to inspect that material up close, but from a distance, it appears to be a sort of glass block that is still available in some fashion or another. So it could be replaced with new material that looks like it did.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say something.
Alder
Stephanie?
Schwer, yes.
Okay.
Just questions at this point, though, yes.
Thank you, Stephanie and Jason, for coming in. With this work that has been done, will this be considered a non-contributing property now, or because of the changes?
No.
Okay.
Because typically that box is typically not revisited by the State Historic Preservation Office and the Department of the Interior. It is a negative impact to the integrity of the house. If we pursued that to get an answer, it's like a quantum thing. You don't know the answer until you measure it. So it will remain in a state of unansweredness until somebody pokes that.
Okay.
We don't like to draw attention from the state office if we don't
Yeah,
have
that's
to.
right. And one other question, is there a way to restore the original three glass block windows and the fenestration and wall around it to make it a relevant historic property again? I mean, now that the work has been done, it's altered things, can you reverse that trend and make it whole again, so to speak?
Certainly.
Yeah, and again, it's still considered contributing, but upon closer inspection, that might change at, the state and federal level. It would be in keeping with the Secretary of the Interior standards to insert new glass block material to maintain the integrity of design for the house. Because again, what's been done, there's 7 aspects of integrity. Removing the glass block and sealing it up, that dinged the integrity of materials, and the integrity of the design, because the design called for 3 windows, not 2. So returning that to a 3-window house with a material that's identical in appearance to the historic material, yes, that's a vast improvement over what is currently present.
Okay, thank you.
Have a question?
Yes, Alder Weary.
Thank you. Thank you. I learned a lot here just in this little half an hour that we've been spending on it, international architecture. My quick Googling of international architecture with homes, and you can clearly see it, block pattern, but I do see on the hundreds of pictures I've seen on the international homes from around the world, the windows are vastly different. I haven't seen any glass block, there could be, but I'm just, going off what I did, but the windows, some have very little windows, some are all windows. But the one part that stays the same is the style, the block kind of architecture, almost like you're playing with Legos. So that, I noticed that, right? I mean, you would say the overall style, regardless of the windows, stayed intact. We didn't put a second floor on, anything like that. Okay.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, was there?
So there are a lot of different window types that go into different type of architectural styles. So, like, I also own an international home, and mine always had operable double hungs. As far as the house has been constructed, it had those. However, it wouldn't be inappropriate for me to replace those with glass block because it's such a large piece of that style. But when we do the reviews as a staff to the commission and the commission making their decision, it's based off of the listing on the National Register. So just because other international styles don't have the glass block doesn't mean that it isn't important to that house.
Understand that.
Yeah, it's like some Queen Anne's don't have the turret and some do, so, but you
Wish
still
we
have to
could-
be respectful to the house on its
Wish we
own.
could get you a time machine and go back with you and we could take
That
a
would be
look at
nice.
it. But, now, I noticed it says approximately the 20s it was built, so it could be the teens, could be the 30s. It was kind of a range, we don't know, or?
No, they're not that big of a range.
Sometimes they are. We have certain bookends that we can use. We have a 1936 Sanborn map that clearly shows the building present, so I know it was before 1936. We have the option of doing a deeper dive into the city directories, which are kind of year by year. I haven't done that for this property because it didn't seem to be warranted at this point, but I could look up that address year by year and identify when it disappears and when it appears. So for now, we know circa 1920s is what appears in the National Register nomination from 1979, 1980. And for the purposes of the discussions we've been having at Landmarks Commission, there was no real benefit to refining that.
I appreciate it. I thank you. I also just did some quick Googling on a brief history of glass blocks. It's exciting reading.
I'm sure.
It looks like it was introduced in 1933 and really started mass production after that. So if it was from the 20s, and not unless it was locally made, it's probably not too. That's why I was wondering if you put the dates together or not, but we don't have that exact date, so.
No.
I would be happy to get into a fist fight with your reference there, but
Internet's never wrong.
Never.
All right, thank you.
Just one more question? One more. Oh, go ahead, you first.
Okay, and this one I meant to ask before I forgot. In the brief from the city, we're arguing claim preclusion based on the fact that this has really been adjudicated already through the Landmarks Commission. However, Stephanie, you mentioned that the code allows someone to bring it back. So I'm struggling to reconcile that.
The code does,
That loophole may exist there, right? But right now it's there, it's permitted,
it's totally
right?
fair that he applied and that we heard the application, it got denied, the appeal is here. However, we believe that that is just, for lack of a better term, it's a loophole because we don't have it written into our preservation code that you can't reapply. Most of our other codes have that, like everything at the Plan Commission, there's a 12-month window, 12-month window where you can't reapply for the same application because it's deemed as, there's no change to those projects, or minor changes. It has to be a major change in order to be reapplied for because it's just a duplicate issue, and then it stops us from being able to do any enforcement action on that. So if you can continue to reapply for COAs, it never gets to the point where I say, okay, now give me your timeline, how are you going to finish this, like, do you need funding assistance? It just continues us in this loop with the applicant.
Right. Okay, so
It's
as
totally
it stands
fair
though,
that-
right now,
that
it's
he was
there.
definitely able to.
Yeah, so
But
under
the appeal
most of
window
our
should have
other,
been used the first time.
right, but most of our other codes would have that, so claim preclusion would become kind of a moot point, but in this case, it's not because the code doesn't have that provision.
Yes, we'll be writing it in, but right now it was,
Okay,
it's allowed, but it's,
okay, and I just wanted to understand that, so, thank you.
This is relatable, but a little broader. The gentleman has spent a lot of money, and we certainly want people to be able to maintain these homes. There is money available to help out with this, correct? How does that work into the process? Was he ever aware of that?
I'm sure every letter we send out, I tell everyone how much money we have to give out. We have the revolving loan fund, which is a city-funded program that is offered to homeowners and to commercial businesses. And then the state and federal government both have tax credit programs, and the state offers a residential one. So those are all available for any property owner who owns historic properties.
Do we have any other like grants or anything like that available?
I mean, our department always has a slew of grant funding available, but usually it's, for specific populations, specific areas, that sort of thing. I don't think we have anything right now available for this
Yeah,
type
sure.
of work.
Okay.
However, it would have cost less to leave the windows in the first place and get a permit and a COA.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, I'm not seeing any other questions. At this point, if the appellant has any rebuttal arguments, they would be able to come forward now. If it's a new witness, we'll have to have you sworn in, and there'll be a 5-minute time limit. So, clerk, if you could swear in the next witness.
Okay, thank you. If you would just raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence and testimony I will give in this action will be the truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to be here tonight. My name's Steve Krieger. I'm from the law firm of Conway, Olenichek, and Jerry, and represent the Herkmans related to this matter. So, first of all, I think you guys have done an awesome job asking questions, and it's taken a lot of my points and just been able to cross them off because you've covered them already. So, I'll try to be quick here and just
because you could see, feel better if you could see the front.
and
Go ahead, yes, apologies, yes.
and push through some of these. Alder Johnson asked the question about claim preclusion. I think that's been clearly answered. There's a loophole here. There's a loophole that's, it's a flaw in the city's code. My client took advantage of it. That's shouldn't be to his detriment. Ultimately, what we're looking at here is my client submitted a plan to the city that was approved. He was granted a permit. He relied on that, granting that permit to his detriment. Later found out that he needed to go through the Landmarks Commission. He understood that process, voluntarily came forward with that. Once he learned of that, I will say that the plan that you guys all have in front of you, every window in this house was replaced. Shows on the plan, shows that it was done that way. The windows that are on that plan show that they were replaced and to be replaced, and that the third opening was to be shut. So that's it all shows on the plan. The permit was issued that way. The briefing that was done by the staff is clear that the Landmarks Commission staff indicates that any permit issued without the certificate of appropriateness is not valid. But they fail to mention the fact that prior to that in the code, there's language that says, unless a COA has been granted, the Development Services Manager shall not issue a permit. They did. They issued a permit. So another flaw in the code there. Couple other quick points when it comes to really to the substantive argument here. Staff has mentioned that my client really beautified this home, put a lot of effort into it. Prior to this, the roof was caving in on this home. The glass blocks that have been the big subject of controversy were all cracked because of this. My client came in with the intention and spent a ton of money to try to make this house look better. And ultimately, based on staff's own acknowledgement, he did that. If I'd encourage you all, and I'm not going to go through it, but take a look at the code and reference the purpose of the Landmarks Commission. A couple of things are to stabilize and improve property values. Very clearly been done here. Improve and enhance the visual and aesthetic character of the city. I don't think there's any argument that what Mr. Herkman did that. There's also language that said any application is to be approved unless the proposed work would detrimentally change, destroy, or adversely affect any exterior feature of the improvement. I don't think we got that far. As it relates to the plan, the September 29th plan, again, shows that all the windows would be replaced. shows that the one opening would be closed. So to say that this permit was granted without that knowledge is just false. Staff mentioned in their comments that, that these windows have a negative impact to the integrity of the house. Again, I would argue that so does a caved-in roof, so does broken windows. All of these things are detrimental to the value of the house, detrimental to the tax value, or to the assessed value of the property. So there's a lot of pieces here. And ultimately, the only thing that Mr. Herkman did was improve the value of this property. And I'd encourage you not to make it, one of your constituents spend another $20,000+ to go backwards on this project.
Yes, questions, Alder Burnett?
Yeah, sir, you had mentioned that the windows were cracked. Is that all of the windows in question or some?
So the glass blocks.
Yeah, the header had failed. And so the header failed at the time, and, if you look at it, I spent my life in construction, so I've seen much of it, but when they crack, and they don't crack in a straight line, okay, so they kind of fissure is what happens. And it's like any piece of engineering. Over time, it's gonna fail, okay? Because of the stress, there's expansion, there's lots of things going on. So they were done.
Okay.
They were done. I can't add anything else.
One other question, and I'm not sure which you gentlemen will answer it, but at that point, when you realized the windows had the issue that you just explained, Mr. Herkman, what do you feel your options were at that time?
Well, I would have had, at that time, October of '22, or before I got the permit, this had all been a conversation, and we'd have worked through it. But they gave me a permit, and they keep saying that I had a permit for a garage and blah, blah, blah. If you look at the plan, that's the plan that was submitted, and the date on that plan is in September of '22. I got the permit in October of '22. They had the plan. Okay? So, it's kind of kabuki,
So-
And so I'm saying, I'm asking for the relief based on my petition, the plan, the end result, and the fact that all of the work had been done. It was done over the winter and inspected. And as far as grandfather, again, if we'd have been talking about grandfathering in September of '22, that may have had some reason to it, reasonableness,
Yeah,
I'm a
well,
reasonable person.
Thank you for that. I'm not trying to lead you to the answer, but I'm just trying to understand your reasoning up until that point. So if you notice there are cracks in the window or that there were issues that needed to be addressed, do you feel like you could have just ignored it and not replaced
Oh,
the?
no, the header was busted. I mean, I didn't want to spend the money. The contractor, when he took the plaster off, he says, this all has to change.
Okay, that's all.
And then structurally, Eric from the city, who has, he studied architecture. University in Milwaukee, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. He's there.
Yeah.
And he's there often.
That's all. You answered. Thank you,
I
sir.
got a question. So if we'd have had that discussion, if we could have had that discussion at the appropriate time, and Landmarks Commission would have said, you have to keep the 3 windows, they have to be block windows, your response would have been?
My response would have been, there's only one place to put the staircase. Because the other staircase that was in the house wasn't wide enough. It wouldn't meet code. You couldn't get downstairs or out of the basement. So, and that had failed structurally also. And that, because of that's the only place they could put the staircase, was right there. And in order, the wisdom was, we're gonna have to have a railing, and that railing, as in the picture, ties right into where that window was. So the plan says, we're gonna take that opening out and we're gonna stucco it to match the building. And so when they're gonna do that, I can't match the stucco, so I say stucco the house, stucco it, because it's cracking anyhow. So that's what happened, and
But the other two windows could have stayed glass block?
could they have stayed in September of '22? Yeah, because I could have built the header different. I could have built constructed the wall different. But the third window was gonna be gone regardless. That was gonna be gone. So, I've taken up an awful lot of your time.
No, that's all right.
I apologize. But it's taken a lot of my time too, boy, I'll tell you. It's like,
All right, thank you both. If there's no other questions, then we can kick it back to city staff for any rebuttal comments. Clerk will have to swear in Attorney Wood.
If you just raise your right hand and repeat after me, I swear that the evidence and testimony I will give in this action
Given this action
will be the truth.
will be the truth. Thank you. At issue here is just one window. We're talking about one glass block window that was designated back in the 80s as historical to the property. So I think there's a clear solution here. It's just fix that one window. That's the only window that we're really talking about here. It's the only thing that's at issue. I'd like to point out that these COA letters that the appellant is talking about are sent out every year. So not just last year, but the year before that as well. He has two properties in this district. They're both historical, and he's aware of how this process works, I believe. The Landmarks Commission did consider the issue about these three windows, and they were clear that one of the conditions should be that the windows be restored. And I think that's important here, and probably the most important point here is that after that condition was placed and that the COA was partially granted, the appellant here has admitted that he knew he had 30 days to appeal his decision, and he chose not to appeal that decision. Now he's retained counsel to tell you that it's okay that there's loopholes and these loopholes should be exploited and that you should recognize that and accept that. I don't believe that that's how our ordinance works. In fact, I know that's not how our ordinances work. So I would propose that the solution here should be that the one window should be restored to its original condition. Thank you for your time.
Are we talking three windows?
Yeah, three.
So there are three windows. I believe that there are two that currently exist and that one was stuccoed over.
Right, but I thought, don't we want the other two glass blocked up again?
Yes, that's correct. And
So it would be three windows?
it would be the
then?
three windows. My understanding was that there was just the one that was different.
Right windows.
Thank you.
Yes, Alder Burnett.
Thank you, Attorney. You said that to have the windows restored, from a city standpoint or position, what would restore mean exactly?
Yeah, I believe that would have to probably go through working with the Landmarks Commission. I believe that, well, I'm more of the lawyer here. I don't know exactly how the architecture would have to all look, but based on what I've heard from Jason even tonight is that it could be with materials that are from today that would have fit the character as it was, at least back in 1980 when it was brought on as a historical structure. So, you know, you could ask them for more specifics about what exactly that would look like, but my understanding is that it wouldn't be all that burdensome to go back to the way that it was.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wood.
Yep.
Yes, Alder Weary.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you. I have a question. Does the city admit that the plans submitted dated September 29th of 2022 and the permit that was issued in October of 2022. That's what we went off initially, because if so, it does clearly say stuccoing over a window.
Yeah, and I would refer, I could consult with the staff more specifically, but I think to answer that question, we really can look back to just what the Landmarks Commission looked at. They took in all of this information. There was a lot of stuff going on here. And at the end of the day, the Landmarks Commission made the condition that the 3 windows remain there. So I understand that maybe there's some differing opinions about what the point was, but the Landmarks Commission made that determination.
And it sounds like we missed it initially and we've fixed it since then, but if we would have caught it initially, would have saved a lot of time and hassle and money spent on all parts. Thanks.
Yes, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, just one more question related to the claim preclusion. If this were if this were a civil case, and an attorney argued that because of the absence in our code of the ability to appeal this again, how would a civil attorney rule on that? Would they say that Mr. Herkman is within his rights to still file an appeal? Is there case law to kind of defend the absence of, that code?
Are you asking me for what a judge would say or what an attorney would say?
Well, I know what an attorney would say. I've heard both attorneys. I'm just curious what a judge would say, right? It's not, it doesn't say in our code that you can't bring it forward again, and that's what Mr. Herkman chose to do. So if this were in front of a civil judge, I presume a civil judge would say that claim preclusion is not a relevant argument, right? I mean, am I not interpreting something here?
I would have a different opinion, yes. And I think the judge would find that it went before a proper body that was recognized by the Common Council to hear these determinations. The Landmarks Commission made that determination, and now you have someone who is trying to, they did not appeal, they admit that they did not appeal, and now they're saying, actually, I do want to appeal. I'm just gonna do it in a different way. That's the same exact issue. Claim preclusion has the same facts, the same parties, and the same result, in that it should be denied.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Alder Scannell.
I would like to hear from the Landmarks, someone from the Landmarks Commission as to why, I mean, it seems like there was a sound reason, it appears, to wall up that, to put in that railing, and that sounds reasonable, practical even, necessary, even almost given the, I'd like to know why the Landmarks Commission did, what's their argument? Why did they think that was not a logical thing to do?
That's not a question for the attorney?
I don't think so. I don't think he can answer it.
Okay, so if no more questions for Attorney Wood, then we can bring up staff for the remainder of the rebuttal period. Oh, okay. Alder Eck.
Okay, just a quick question. So does the 30-day lapsing, in your opinion, automatically deserve denial?
I believe that it does, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there are no more questions for Attorney Wood, we can return it back to staff for the remainder of the rebuttal to answer any additional questions or make any additional arguments.
Ask again.
So, the Landmarks Commission has decided that the third window should not have been removed, that it needs to come back. But listening to the plaintiff giving his reasons on why he took it out, I mean, it wasn't capricious, it wasn't, why did the Landmarks decision disagree, or how did you come to your decision that that window should be there and that that railing shouldn't be there, the structurally, what he was addressing isn't important or should have been done some other way, or what was the Landmarks reasoning? And
I think I have 2 answers for that. So
Okay.
the first was that we were not given any information about the windows. So even them saying they were beyond repair, they were deteriorated, we didn't get any of that. It was requested as part of the COA application, we did not receive that. So we did not even receive well, we're putting a railing here and that's why this, we didn't get any of that information. So that wasn't even able to be discussed by the Landmarks Commission. Second to that, we look at the exterior of the home. So how the house functions inside is obviously important to exterior architecture sometimes, but a house that's been functioning for 100 years, the way it was built, can definitely find a way to function that way still. So not only were we not presented that information, it's not part of our review process necessarily. If it were something that were, again, UDC required, life safety requirement, you know, there are a lot of things like jump porches that we approve because they're part of our building code that maybe aren't historically accurate, right? These little porches, those weren't always on the houses. But those are things that we notice that are needed in a modern society. Taking out a window that didn't need to be taken out, you know, a railing could have been added elsewhere, could have been designed differently. There are a lot of different options that homeowners have when it comes to the layout of their home. But at a minimum, they're required to provide us information so we can make those decisions at a committee level, and that wasn't done.
Okay. And then, just a clarification, I think I remember, it sounds like there's plans you viewed, may not be the plans we have here.
I don't know what's in your hands, so I'm not sure. What we did, though, is we had the plans that were submitted as part of our building plan review process, which I think are these.
Okay.
I printed it out at the Landmarks Commission meeting. I said it shows all 3 windows. Mr. Herkman said, yes, it does. That was all on the record, if anyone watched the meeting from May. So we pulled whatever inspection had. We didn't get these separate in our COA application. This is not, oh wait. This is not the same plan that I have.
But this is the plan that he got his permit for, correct?
I
Or
don't see
wouldn't
an
you be
approved
able to
stamp
answer
on
that?
here. The one that we have been reviewing and discussing on page A2.1 has a different note 7 than what is shown on the one that was submitted to you. So this is not the approved building plan.
And that's attached?
So where did you get your plan? Was that the plan, I mean, which
The-
plan did he get the permit from?
The building permit inspection one that I pulled right from our resources upstairs. That's what we have been using, that's what I printed during the meeting, that's what we've been using, that's what was presented to us. Right, because that's the note page.
Oh,
Yeah.
Is that attached to our, because we've got the plan on here, but that's the same
This
as
is
that
not an
one?
approved plan, correct?
No, looking at this now, this is not the one that is approved, unless that's the one.
Right. But
Oh,
he
right
said
here.
it's the one, he's the
Okay.
one you said what?
It may be, so on page C1.1,
Yep, so this is correct, and if you look at, on page C1.1, note 2, remove the window, note 7, repair. And if you look at the revision triangles in it looks like it's almost labeled lot 9, you'll see a little triangle number 7 and a little triangle number 2, and they're both pointing to that same missing 3rd window, which is clearly shown here on every page of this plan. So, as a licensed professional engineer now speaking at you, I would say note 7 supersedes note 2, and by the way, proper drawing practice would be to actually delete the image of the window in every one of these views, and that wasn't done. So you have internal inconsistencies here, which, as a professional engineer reading them, I would say, well, shame on that person. But I look at page A2.1, south elevation, 3 windows, clearly shown everywhere in this drawing. So, as an engineer, note 2 appears to be an error. The property owner saying note 2 takes precedence over everything, over every drawing, every visual image, and over note 7, which came later but shouldn't have come later.
Right there? Oh, okay, I thought it was showing the previous.
Excuse me, Mr. Flatt and Ms. Hummel, these plans, were these plans the ones that were submitted to Landmarks Commission and part of their report at that Landmarks Commission meeting in
In
May?
May, yes.
Yes. So I would advise council, if you want to consider this as evidence, because it wasn't presented as part of the packet for this evening and wasn't entered as evidence, for someone to move to enter the Landmarks Commission. I'm sorry?
I believe that this was submitted by the,
It's the same
appellant.
as the attachment that was submitted by the appellant. I just
Yeah,
want to
we
make
did
sure
not-
that we have the evidence in the record.
It is on the, it's the same as the attachment. Look at this.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to clarify that for the record, that
Yes,
is
we did not
in
submit any
evidence for
building plans
council.
as part of our exhibits. So these were just provided by the applicant.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Alder Morgan.
In our sworn testimony tonight, we were told that, I may not be stating this exact, but they received something from the city after this 30-day notice or 30-day timeline had expired, asking them if they were going to appeal. Is this something normal, or? Like, I mean, that's definitely confusing to them that it was after, they're saying it was after the 30 days.
It was not. We send an official COA after the Landmarks Commission meeting that details what decisions were made, and then the appeal process. So that would have been mailed and emailed to the applicant, and then via email is when he said, can't you just reconsider it? And that's when I reiterated, no, there's an appeal process. So we did not ask or recommend an appeal after that 30-day window. From
Well,
my
they
knowledge,
test-
it wasn't discussed again after that.
There was
correspondence.
testimony, though, that they received something from the city after this timeline.
It could be the appeal for this one, because this was a separate COA application. So the initial one was from May. There was an additional COA in July that wasn't related to the windows. And then this one that is being appealed now from September. So there have been plenty of correspondences between us all since April.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, does council have any additional questions for any other parties, for either of the parties before we close testimony on the matter?
Where this came from.
Came from Mr. Hartman.
Right.
Doesn't it look like it before?
It's his plan.
Was this presented by Mr. Herkman to council this evening, but not part of the pack?
Yes.
But it's the same one that's in the packet for you? All right, okay, then we're clear. I just want to make sure, because if it was a different version, then we would have to separately add it in, correct? All right. Okay, if I'm not seeing any other questions, we can then close testimony on the matter. And at this point, we would be moving into deliberations, so. Just in testimony, it's not open for public debate. At this point, we would, entertain for one of the alders to read the closed session language so that we can go into deliberation.
Motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Yep.
Just read.
The council may convene in closed session pursuant to section 19.85, subsection 1, subsection A, Wisconsin statute for purpose of deliberating concerning a case which was the subject of any judicial or quasi-judicial trial or hearing before that governmental body. The council will thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85, subsection 2, Wisconsin statute, to take action on items discussed in closed session, if appropriate, and to consider the remainder of the agenda.
Second.
Alder Johnson makes that motion. It was seconded by Alder Eck. Any discussion?
I do, Mayor.
Alder Burnett.
Mayor, just for public knowledge, are you going to be joining us into closed session?
I will be.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You bet. All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll use the board on that motion.
You may vote.
I would think we could. I was gonna bring it in.
Yes.
Thank you. Alder Campbell?
Yeah, mine's not coming up anymore.
Alder Scannell?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, that passes 12-0.
Mayor, can you hear us?
There we go.
I can.
Okay, we can have you take over and return us back to regular order.
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular order of business. Moved by,
Galvin and Johnson.
Alder
right.
Galvin and Alder Johnson, respectively.
all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're back in regular order of business. Entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to hold this appeal for further consideration at the November 7th, 2023 Common Council meeting. The parties are directed to submit a written brief not to exceed 3 pages on the issue of whether the windows as removed or replaced qualify for certificate of appropriateness pursuant to section 44-1552, subsection 2, subsection B of the Green Bay Municipal Code. Briefs must be submitted to the clerk by close of business Wednesday, November 1st, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Alder Scannell. Any discussion? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On to report of the redevelopment authority.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Any discussion?
Congrats.
Yes, well done. All in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. INS? Motion to approve by Alder Stevens, seconded by Alder Galvin. Any items here to be handled separately?
Number 1.
Number 1, any others?
Oh, come on. That's what we're here for.
Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has
Motion
been
to
approved,
approve.
with the exception of item 1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell,
Second by Alder Eck.
seconded by Alder Eck. The item was pulled by Alder Johnson, I believe.
Yeah, I would just make a motion to amend item 1, to have it read, to eliminate draft a resolution, just have it read to direct staff to send a letter of appeal.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Seconded by Alder Galvin.
I don't see that.
Any comments on that, Director
Just
Grenier?
draft a resolution, that's it.
We had to.
No comments.
I have a comment.
Okay. Alder Eck?
Okay, well, the reason why we did that at committee was because we were directed to do it by Director Grenier, so I'm just wondering what the reason for the change on that is. Or is that?
The discussion at committee was to have the council support this, and the only way to do that was by resolution. If you want staff just to send the letter, staff can do that, but it won't say on behalf of the common council. I can't do that unless you guys pass a resolution. That's why the resolution was first brought up.
Okay, that's, I guess wondering, why are we changing that?
To expedite the process.
But
But then.
Then we're not-
Look, that's my amendment, you can vote it up or down.
Okay.
All right, Alder Johnson has an amendment. There's a second. And remember to use the buttons. I do see Alder Burnett,
There's
however.
Alder Johnson, I'm sorry, Alders Burnett and Story who'd like to speak.
Sorry, Mayor, I couldn't click request speak for some reason.
That's okay.
I appreciate what Alder Johnson's doing it from a timeliness perspective. Having the full weight of the council, or at least having a vote of the council kind of I'm not even gonna try to say the word.
Legitimizes.
It legitimizes the issue much more, I don't wanna say forcefully, but formally, having a letter submitted by the Public Works Department, although I trust them to do that. I think that a full weight of a letter or resolution by the council carries more. And if you've heard the testimony of the folks up and down Country Club, if there is a possibility that we simply remove sidewalks on one side of the road still have sidewalks on the NWTC side of the road that will allow pedestrian traffic and potentially save residents with very long linear frontage, possibly thousands of dollars of having to pay for assessments for sidewalks that they don't want and in some cases can't physically maintain. That entire neighborhood does not have sidewalks. I live in that neighborhood, so I'm very familiar with it. It would literally be the only part of that entire multiple subdivision neighborhood with sidewalks, and it just doesn't make sense. So I appreciate what Alder Johnson's doing from a timeliness. I would just urge the council to vote this particular motion down.
Thanks, Alder Story.
Thank you, Your Honor. I agree with Alder Burnett. We spoke at this at quite at length at the meeting, INS meeting, and Director Grenier brought up some very good reasons why, you know, I think part of this deal is that it's like all or nothing. You know, so can we do a little of this or a little of that, you know, but the way things are set, it's just more difficult to go that route. But I agree with Alder Burnett. I think we should move forward with the resolution. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder.
Mayor?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
I just want to be clear. I'm not objecting to the appeal process. This is just the resolution. It's kind of unnecessary. I mean, we can do it. It doesn't hurt anything, but at the same time, I'm expediting it. So my point is, like, I don't think we need to get into a discussion about the merits of sidewalks on one side or the other side. It's literally just this piece. And again, if the majority of council doesn't support it, that's fine. But I don't want to belabor this point. So we belabored other points.
Thanks, Alder.
Stop belaboring.
All right, all in favor of Alder Johnson's amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
What?
Nay.
No.
Nay. Nay, nay, nay.
The nays appear to have it.
You had to change your. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. Just to, you know, unfortunately to belabor maybe just for a little bit, Director Grenier, I don't know if, I'm assuming you probably don't have the safe walk and bike plan at your fingertips, but if you did, or if you recollected, was curious what it calls for on this stretch.
I do believe
Nothing to do with
sidewalks.
You do believe it calls for sidewalks on both sides?
I do believe that it calls for sidewalks both sides.
Okay. Thank you, Director. All right, any further commentary on this?
I can't find the button to speak here.
Alder Galvin would like to speak here.
Alder Galvin, go ahead.
Thank you. I was a resident of that neighborhood for quite a few years, and had my children up and down. I used to jog quite a bit, and I get it. Nobody wants to shovel their sidewalk. Nobody wants to pay for a sidewalk to have it installed. It'd be nice that when we're doing these new subdivisions, if we'd follow the ordinance and just put the sidewalks in right away and save all this later on. But because people think it's too expensive, what's the value of a life of a child that gets hit by a car? Or it's too onerous to get out and shovel the sidewalk. Well, there's quite a few other residents within the city that every winter they're shoveling their sidewalks. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. You know, you want to live in a nice city, you should provide sidewalks for pedestrians and people to get out and be able to safely move about their community. And that's why I voted in favor of not having the resolution. And now that I find out that this is a safe route to school, what are we gonna be complaining when the kids are walking to school? And they're the victim of some motorist. Oh, we should have had sidewalks. Well, the city council voted against it so we could save people a few bucks and a little time shoveling their walks. You know, it seems like a nice thing to do for people until someone suffers the consequences of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Galvin. Alder Burnett.
Yeah, well, I can appreciate that, and perhaps the pedestrian study that we did included sidewalks, but that's a suggestion. It's not ironclad. I personally live in that neighborhood. I walk that route. My children, you know, ride bikes there and walk, and I of course, am concerned about the safety of bicyclists, pedestrians, but in this particular stretch, we're not eliminating sidewalks on both sides. We're putting sidewalks on one side, and it would be a 6-foot sidewalk on the NWTC side. And some of the arguments are that the stretch of street will have additional pedestrian traffic, and I just don't see it, that you need to justify sidewalks on both sides of the street on a stretch of road where there are literally no connections to any sidewalks. So we're going to implement sidewalks on one side, or in this case, 2 sides of the road. And again, the issue isn't that we're rejecting the sidewalks. We're saying to the state or federal government, whatever, I think it's the Wisconsin DOT, the committee, please consider removing sidewalks from one side. It doesn't mean they're going to. I think the issue in this case, I don't know if Alder Galvin watched the committee, but we are getting federal funds as distributed to our state government. They require sidewalks as part of the design. And this is just simply saying, reconsider that, put sidewalks on one side of the road. On the other side, and this is the other issue too, is that on the other side, the plan calls for 5-foot sidewalks, where perhaps 3-foot sidewalks would be a better option, or at least more affordable. I live there, I drive there, I walk that route. To think that we're gonna have a significant increase of pedestrian traffic on both sides of the on the street, it just doesn't make sense to me. So this is just having the letter and resolution drafted for consideration. The state can go through this process and they say, well, too bad, we're gonna force you to put sidewalks in, then that's the answer, but at least we tried. So I'm in support of the motion to send a letter and draft a resolution for consideration. Thank you.
Are there any other comments?
Yeah, I don't have a button here neither, but we did discuss
Okay.
this quite a bit with the neighbors there, and one lady had 156 feet, and the plan is that they only have 3 feet between the sidewalk and the street. And I mean, I got 18 inches and a 5-foot sidewalk, and when the snowplow comes by, my 150 feet, it's totally over the sidewalk, and that's a pretty busy street, pretty wide street, so there's a lot of snow. Furthermore, down the street further, Oneida Tribe owns a bunch of property, and it stops right there, so that whole side of that street just stops and goes nowhere. So those people are gonna have to figure out how to get back across that street to get to those lower streets in those neighborhoods. As some of the people said, she sits in her kitchen all day long. If I see 4 people walk down that sidewalk or walk down the street, that's it, in a day. They've lived there for 50 or 60 years. I think one side is sufficeable here. I know we're giving up possibly the chance to get more support from, thought it was a federal grant, not a state grant. But I'm in favor for at least giving an effort and having Director Grenier with his behalf and the backing of our city council in favor of at least a request kind of sets precedent to why something like this has to be like this. I mean, there's not even sidewalks on Highway 54, so where are they gonna go when they get there? Are we gonna put crossing lights there? Are we gonna put buttons there? That's all I have.
All right, all in favor, will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it, and that item is approved. On to protection and policy.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none, all in favor of the report will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it, the report has been approved. Protection and policy granting operating licenses.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. Any names to be handled separately or abstentions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? The ayes have it. Plan Commission. Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately?
Yes, I need to pull item 1, and because of item 2 refers to item 1, I have to pull item 2 also. I have 2 people here waiting to talk.
All right, items 1 and 2. Any others? Hearing none others, all in
Mayor?
favor of the remainder of that? Yep,
Alder Johnson here, just need to note an abstention on item 3.
very good. Thank you, Alder. All in favor of the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of items 1 and 2. On item 1, the motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. The item was pulled by Alder Hutchison.
This item has to do with rezoning a small parcel within a larger parcel. I have a representative of the developer here and a representative from the neighborhood association. So I'd like to make a motion to open the floor.
Second.
Alder Hutchison makes motion to open the floor, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The floor is open. Please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the council.
Hi, good evening. My name is Joel Airfrith. I'm with Mach 4 Engineering. We're representing the developer tonight. Just a real brief background on the property that in question. This is on Finger Road,
Your address?
2260 South Schreider Court. This is on Finger Road. It's one continuous piece of property right now, or one solid or whole piece of property. Back in 2022, we brought forth a rezoning petition to rezone it to C1. C1 was chosen because the city smart growth plan recommended commercial use for that parcel. And city staff concurred with that, with the exception of they wanted a 200-foot strip to remain R3. That's how it went to the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission chose to take that 200-foot strip and make it OR, or Office Residential Zone. Both are somewhat unique in that you typically don't want 2 zoning districts on one parcel. In fact, I would almost be willing to argue the city prohibits that. Fast forward to today, we have a CSM forward to divide that into 4 commercial parcels and 2 site plans in, actually 2 uses on them. But I have 2 different zoning. And I can't get a site plan approved because I have 2 different zoning that the city requires to do. And interestingly enough, I can put both uses in either zoning district. I just can't put them across 2 zoning districts. And one of the gentlemen even at the Plan Commission, I think we even used the terminology, we gotta fix this mistake. And so what we're proposing is C1, which was the bulk of the property is zone C1. OR is office residential, which, quoting from your city codes, is a transitional mixed-use district intended for edges of downtown or segments of commercial corridors where there's some development pressure to convert residential uses to offices. Out on Finger Road, I don't, one, we're not, it's quite a ways from downtown, and 2, I don't think that pressure is there. So that's why we're petitioned to see if we could have the whole thing zone C1. And again, both, what we're proposing are fairly benign uses, both permitted allowable uses in both districts. It's just I can't do it in 2 districts.
Very good.
Thank
Thanks so much for your testimony, sir. Any questions for our guest?
Just briefly, what are the 2, there's 2 out of the 4 lots, there's proposed activity. What are those 2 proposed activities?
One is a dental clinic, like a specialty dental clinic, and the other is a daycare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else who'd like to speak?
Yeah, we got one more.
Okay.
John Crabb, 505 Larry Lane. I represent the McAuliffe Park Neighborhood Association. Just to be clear, for the most part, nobody's against any development in the area. The biggest concern is Finger Road. And that stretch of Finger between Ontario and Huron is culverts on either side, you know, smaller two-lane road. You know, so you're looking at developing an area and bringing traffic down there. Just to quote something that was given by Mach 4, traffic to the south side of East Mason Street crossed into parcel 21-173 from East Mason Street is prohibited. The fact indicates city planners and engineering departments intended Finger Road to be used as a higher volume roadway. At the committee meeting, it was the city, school district, safe walk, bike pedestrian plan was cited. What I can see is that plan was from 2019. If this development is from the city smart growth from 2022, that's a 3-year difference. Is there, you know, the question is, you know, can you really look at a study 3 years when things are moving pretty fast and to sit there and just say the road is safe, everything's fine, and we're just gonna move on, when people in the neighborhood are gonna see increased traffic, they're gonna see, you know, it doesn't matter what gets developed there, traffic is gonna increase, and that's the biggest concern. That even though it's a daycare and a dental office that's being talked about right now, the concern is that, you know, once development starts, it's gonna go pretty fast, and at that point, when does the road get addressed? When does the traffic start getting addressed? And, you know, people are gonna be, you know, seeing issues that they see now. I mean, there's a lot of things that aren't documented, like close calls and things like that, just because, you know, it never, you know, happened to an accident. But, you know, there's a lot of people that would be able to testify that, you know, they've experienced something in some form. So, you know, start development there, and then you go back to fixed road, and now you're bringing in all that traffic that, you know, whatever's put there is basically to draw from the industrial park, and all that's gonna be coming in. So that's the biggest concerns from the neighborhood, is that the street needs to be addressed, and probably more sooner than later. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions for our guest?
Alder Steuer.
Go ahead.
Thanks for coming in. So you say you're not against development, and I understand, you made some good testimony on that, but I'm just wondering, do you have any thoughts or ideas? I mean, it's a fairly nice piece of land there. What you would see as being amenable in that area? Is there any ideas for that, or you just keep it vacant, or what?
No, I get the gist that, you know, it's gonna be developed. The issue is that the plan is saying that you can't access off of Mason Street. He couldn't put a driveway in to Mason Street to access. So you can't bring the traffic off of Mason Street, it's gotta come down Finger. So it's either kinda coming off of Ontario or off of Huron into that area. Welland comes in, and there's a lot of people that leave the neighborhood off of Welland, and that's where the issue is. And now you start bringing in traffic across from that development, trying to get out, and that's where the concerns are.
I haven't looked at it long enough, because I know Mason's very busy along that stretch, and I might ask our staff about that after we're done here,
Okay.
why that doesn't happen. If that did happen, you'd be a little more amenable to that? You know, if somehow you could get a driveway off of Mason, you'd be better with that?
I think, for the most part, yeah.
All right, that's all, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
I make a motion to close the floor.
Second?
Alder Hutchison makes a motion to close the floor, seconded by Alder Scannell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're on item 1, motion to approve. Any discussion?
I'd just like to have Director Grenier just discuss the fact of what the Public Works is planning in that area and what testimony he gave at the committee level on this.
All right, Director Grenier?
Well, absent any development out here, this segment of Finger Road is currently rated a 3 on the Pacer scale, and it's a high 3. meaning that there are a number of other threes that would qualify for resurfacing or reconstruction well ahead of this. This one's not on our radar. So absent any development, it's going to be at least 15 years before we look at any improvements on this segment of Finger Road. With additional development, if that does generate additional traffic volumes that would constitute a reason for us to reconsider moving that up in the order, we reconsider our program every year. So we'll monitor what the traffic looks like out there, and if there seems to be an overriding concern that would that would come up, that would cause us to reconsider advancing that street, we would take that as just our normal order of business.
Okay, and it was my understanding, the fact that this development is occurring would absolutely make you aware that there probably is gonna have to be something done with that road?
Absolutely. It puts it on our radar. I can't guarantee when that would happen, but it would definitely put it on our radar. The fact that development is occurring out here would be the reason for us to take a second look at it to see if it would warrant moving up in the priority order.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions or comments?
Yeah, Mr. Morgan is
Is there an ordinance that no driveways can be attached from Mason Street?
That was in the no limited access off of East Mason was due to the conversion of East Mason Street as a county trunk highway. If you look at Welland Extended, where Welland crosses this parcel and comes out to Mason Street, there is a cut in Mason Street accommodating a potential future street. But that would be a street that comes off, not a driveway. County does not allow any driveways directly onto Mason from I-43 out. All of it's limited access off side streets only.
Thank you. That answers it.
Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Item 1 is approved. On to 2.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Hutchison, seconded by Alder Scannell. That was pulled by Alder Hutchison. You have the floor.
Item 2 just follows after the approval of item 1. So, it just makes sense to, do item 2 if we approve item 1.
Very good. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item is approved. Finance Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that report is approved. Park Committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Stevens. Items here to be handled separately.
4?
Item 4. Any others? Hearing no others, all in favor of approving the remainder of that report, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The report has been approved with the exception of item 4.
Motion to approve item 4.
Second.
Motion to approve item 4 was made by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Eck. The item was pulled by Alder Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted, I spoke with Director Ditchite about this, and I broadly agree with the arguments that were made about denying it, and I really have no objection to that. You know, the discussion I had with Director Ditchite is as we talk about, this goes back to a motion I made, I don't know, a year ago maybe, which was for the creation of a comprehensive waterfront development strategy. Because what this suggests or proposes is that a pier exists there right now, therefore we have to replace it with a pier. And I don't know that it necessarily has to go that way. And so I don't know what the alternative is, but I think for us to be able to engage the neighborhood, and quite frankly, this is the equivalent of a trailhead of the Fox River Trail. So many cars park in that area. You know, so for us to engage even the community conceptually around what this site could look like. And I don't remember the exact verbiage at the time, but I believe there was a directive for Community and Economic Development Department. So Director Rainier Wig, I know you weren't director at that time, but to engage in discussions around some of those other parcels along that stretch. Based on your reaction to that, I'm assuming nothing's happened with it, and I get it, there was a transition. But I think we need to revisit that discussion, and I can do that offline with you. But I think we need to re-engage on that discussion, because I think it could open up the playbook. Right now, we have just a small little slice there. I think if some things changed, you could have a lot more opportunity for us to really activate the waterfront in a more meaningful way for that neighborhood. And so well, again, I agree with the motion. I at least wanted to publicly acknowledge that I think we need to do something there eventually, but I think this is putting the cart before the horse. And I do, want us to, again, work with the neighborhood on some concepts that could, sky's the limit kind of thing, right? But also pursue that previous motion that had been made and that council had supported, that I'm not sure if any wheels have moved on it. Okay, so again, we'll connect on that offline. I don't need to modify this to do anything, but I'll just know that we're gonna do that based on this discussion, so. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Alder. The motion was to approve, was that to approve the denial essentially, or do you want to make a different motion?
No, to approve the denial. I support that.
Okay, very good. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and that item is dispensed with. Personnel Committee.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately. Hearing none. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. PAC.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Scannell. That was seconded by
Galvin.
Alder Galvin. Items here to be handled separately.
They didn't want to speak.
Seeing none. All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That report has been approved. Informational items, building report and municipal court report for 2023 in the packet. Resolutions.
Motion to suspend
Can I
the
get a point of order real quick?
Yes.
Alder Burnett.
Mayor, there were some folks who wanted to speak on the personnel agenda item, and do you want to speak? I think
I looked
Fluffy.
at them and they said.
You don't want to speak on that? Okay, I apologize, I just didn't want it to be overlooked.
Nope, that's okay. Thanks for pausing for us. Under resolutions.
Motion to suspend the rules.
Motion to suspend the rules and take up these items with one roll call vote has been made by Alder Scannell and seconded by Alder Stoyer, was it? All in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The rules are suspended.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt made by Alder Scannell. Seconded by whom? By Weary. Any discussion?
Mayor, Alder Johnson here. I just need to be recorded as abstaining on item 1. It is tied to the Plan Commission item.
Okay, very good. That will be noted. Seeing no other discussion, we will use the board.
Just give me a moment.
What's going on? I don't know. Something happened. Expand, not expand.
You may vote.
Could you put me on as a yes, please?
Same. Alder Campbell, yes.
Put Galvin as a yes.
Thank you. That passes 12-0.
All right, thank you, clerk. On to ordinances first reading.
Motion to advance.
Second?
Motion to advance was by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Galvin?
Johnson.
Johnson. Any commentary? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's advanced. Petitions and communications. Adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion to adjourn by Alder Scannell, seconded by Alder Campbell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. We are adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Have a good one.
Join meeting.